Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order today's meeting on this Tuesday, April the 5th, 2022, the Little Rock City Board of Directors meeting. We would like to welcome those that are in attendance, as well as those that are watching online and streaming. Madam Clerk, if you would, please call the roll.
Director Miller.
Here.
Director Richardson.
Here.
Director Webb.
Here.
Director Peck.
Here.
Director Wright. Director Wyrick.
Present.
Director Compuris. Director Phillips.
Here.
Director Adcock.
Present.
Vice Mayor Hines. Mayor Scott.
Present. I now take this time to recognize City Director Dean Compuris, if he would give our invocation.
Dear Heavenly One, we thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to come together and hopefully to make things better for our community and our nation. Thank you for the people who help make our city work, especially Public Works, Fire, and Police. And most importantly, thank you for the people of Ukraine as they struggle to support freedom and dignity in their country. Amen.
Amen. May we all please stand for our Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members of the City Board, we have one modification for tonight's agenda. M1 is a resolution to change the allocations for 3 of the primary uses of the first tranche of the American Rescue Plan Act funds. Do I have a motion to add M1 to the consent agenda?
So moved.
So moved.
There's a motion
Second.
from Vice Mayor Hines. A second, I believe I heard City Director Peck. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. It will now be added to the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, if you...
Mayor, I have a...
Yes, Vice Mayor Hines.
Mayor, I would ask that item 24 be put on the consent agenda. The parties, the one objecting party they've reached an agreement and there's no objections to it. So I ask that be moved to the consent agenda. And then on item 25, the same has happened. The applicant and the Chenal Valley Architectural Control reached an agreement today. And so there's no need to keep these on separate. So we can move them to consent and grouped items. 24 to consent and 25 to grouped.
So moved.
We have a motion and second to add items 24 and 25 to the consent agenda. We have a motion from City Director Wyrick and a second from City Director Compuris. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Those two, 24 and 25, will come off the separate and group items and go to the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, if you would, please read the consent agenda along with items M1, 24, and 25.
Mayor, 25 will have to be in the grouped items.
Grouped items. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor.
The consent agenda consists of a resolution to extend the Heights Temporary Entertainment District for 6 days on April 21st, 2022, April 22nd, 2022, May 5th, 2022, May 19th, 2022, June 16th, 2022, and July 21st, 2022. And for the purposes, a resolution authorizes the city manager to enter into a contract with J&R Environmental Truck Sales in an amount not to exceed $183,890 plus applicable taxes and fees for the purchase of an asphalt patching truck for the Public Works Department Street Operations Division. And for the purposes, a resolution to authorize the city manager to execute an annual contract with G&W Diesel Services in an amount not to exceed $350,000 for Allison rebuilt transmission installation and repair for the Fleet Services Department. And for the purposes, a resolution to authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with Junkin Construction Company Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $457,140 for sidewalk construction within the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for the purposes, funding from the 3/8 capital improvement sales tax. A resolution authorizes the city manager to enter into an agreement with Navona Construction LLC in amount not to exceed $110,149.20 to demolish the south half of the small carnivores area at the Little Rock Zoo, and for the purposes, a resolution authorizes the city manager to enter into agreement with Pollution Management Incorporated in amount not to exceed $117,841.50 for environmental and civil engineering services and construction services for stormwater quality improvements at the Little Rock Zoo, and for the purposes, a resolution authorizes the city manager to execute a contract with Arkansas First Response in amount not to exceed $63,000 plus applicable taxes and fees to purchase 36 Zoll automated external defibrillators 3S for use in city-owned facilities, and for the purposes, a resolution authorizes the mayor and city clerk to execute any documents necessary to accept a donation of property located at 3304 Whitfield Street, Little Rock, Arkansas, and for the purposes, a resolution authorizes the city manager to enter into a 12-month contract with 8 organizations in a total amount not to exceed $317,689.60 to provide neighborhood safety programs and activities to the residents of Little Rock, Arkansas, in an effort to reduce community violence and increase public safety, and for the purposes, a resolution authorized the mayor to enter into a contract with Steel Property Land Company, LLC, for the purchase of approximately 15 acres of land for use by the Little Rock Port Authority for economic prospect recruitment, and for the purposes, a resolution authorized the mayor to sell approximately 65 acres of land to Blue Stem Partners, LLC, and for the purposes, a resolution authorized the city manager to negotiate and enter into a contract with Stevens Incorporated as the primary vendor and Cruz and Associates as the joint proposer as bond underwriter for the proposed issuance of City of Little Rock, Arkansas limited tax general obligation capital improvement bonds in one or more series, provided for other matters in connection with the issuance of the bonds, and for the purposes, a resolution authorized the preparation of documents for the offering of capital improvement refunding and improvement revenue bonds to finance a new parking debt and to refund the city's capital improvement and refunding revenue bonds, also known as the Downtown Parking Project, Series 2003, prescribing other matters relating thereto, and for the purposes, a resolution of a reimbursement resolution regarding a new parking deck to be financed by capital improvement bonds, and for the purposes, a resolution authorizes the city manager to execute an agreement with Polk Stanley Wilcox LTD, doing business as Polk Stanley Wilcox Architects, in an amount not to exceed $726,000 to provide architectural services for the City of Little Rock parking deck to be located at the intersection of South Louisiana Street and West 2nd Street in the City of Little Rock, Arkansas. A resolution to amend Little Rock, Arkansas, Resolution Number 15,518 of August the 3rd, 2021, to change the allocations for 3 primary intended uses of the first tranche of the City of Little Rock, Arkansas allotment of local fiscal recovery funds through the Arkansas Rescue Plan, and for the purposes, a resolution to amend Resolution Number 12,369 of October 17th, 2000, which established conditions on the Little Rock Maumelle wastewater treatment plant conditional use permit located approximately 1 mile north of the Cantrell Road in the Divide Parkway intersection in the City of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for other purposes. That concludes the consent agenda.
Move for the adoption of the consent agenda.
Second.
There's a motion and second. Before we take the vote, we have one agenda card for item M9 from a resident, and then we have City Director Phillips who has his hand up. Ms. Carolyn Hobbs.
Good afternoon, City Board of Directors. I'm coming to speak in the capacity of the concerned citizens of Little Rock Task Force. And it's Attorney Tom Clark. Tom, I'm going to try to make my presentations in order for Sister Deborah to be proud. I'm a former board member of Mount St. Mary's. When I became a board member, we were flown to St. Louis, and the first thing when we began to train, they asked us what was our talents. What was our talents? I said, my talent is that I love children. And they said, that's the best talent you could have. I went down with the chair of the education department at UALR. She was also a member. So I want to ask the board of directors, what are your talents? What are your talents? We got Director Ken Richardson, who worked with Robert Wood Johnson Foundation and the Casey Foundation. There shouldn't be any programs going out if he doesn't approve them through the half-cent sales tax and that extended tax. What's going on here doesn't make sense. If we have a medical crisis, we need to get approval for Dr. Comparis before we put anything out. If we get some federal money and we want to do welfare work, we should get Director Adcock to approve it. Hungary, we're going to do something for Hungary. We need to get our director who specializes in that to approve it. We have wasted time and money. Mayor Daley set up the Future Little Rock's Hassan sales tax for prevention, intervention, and treatment. And I have a letter that he wrote talking about the success of the program. And the city promised Robert Wood Johnson and the Casey Foundation, because I was in meetings with both. I worked for New Futures and I was director of the Step Up Support Center, which Robert Wood Johnson financed, and the Casey Foundation financed New Futures. And we promised those organizations in New Orleans, in Denver, and Florida that we would sustain those programs and that we would build capacity for those programs and sustain them. But what has occurred, they no longer exist. So what we voted for is not occurring. We voted for prevention, intervention, and treatment. The only program that's given any of that in the city is BCD. And the process have gotten so bothersome for them, they don't even want to apply for funds anymore. When BCD is the model program for Robert Wood Johnson and the Casey Foundation. He has the support center, the treatment, and he was housing gang intervention programs, and we were getting the kids off the street, and they wasn't dying. The 15-year-old that died on Harrison Street, my niece lived in that area and worked for the state. She's a single parent. It could have been my nephew, and my children in the Heights are concerned, who goes to Mount St. Mary's every time a child dies, because they are teaching them values and community service. And our children across the board is committing suicide at an all-time rate because adults are not being responsible. It's here written in the Future Little Rock exactly what the money is for. It said prevention, intervention, and treatment. And people ask me all the time, because of my work with the Casey Foundation and the Robert Wood Foundation, where do they go for help in Little Rock now? I'm going to the grocery store. They know me from the work I've done. And there's only one place I can recommend them, and that is BCD. And you guys have made it so troublesome, they don't even apply for the funds. See, I love all children in Little Rock. The child got killed on 36th Street could have been my nephew. I have two nephews that goes to Parkview. I worked hard doing the gang banging in Little Rocks. My nephew survived. And then the next nephew did not have to worry about colors because of the work of PIT. Now we're back where we was in 1993 when we started the effort to make our community safe again. It was called Operation Safe Summer. That was the first initiative of PIT. I'm suggesting that board members don't know the information necessary to follow the tax laws, that there be some type of board of direction orientation. And I'm recommending that the board of directions go in retreat and figure out why our children are dying and why the taxes are not being fulfilled for what the citizens voted for. And I would love for Mayor Daley and Paul Kelly and Michael Keck to facilitate the retreats because we haven't had accountability since they left. Now we want to approve more funds. Moving forward, if we approve more funds, we need to have consultants who have worked in the streets, who knows the heart of the children in the community, who have supported the parents. We don't need to just put out dollars in our community and there's no outcome. There's no outcome. We've been spending $5 million on community programs since Mayor Daley left. There hasn't been any outcomes. Murder rate has gone up. Suicide has gone up. Violence, 2 babies have been killed. And this is a result of not following through on what we voted for. Mayor Daley weeps every time a child dies. And he called Director Ken Richardson and tells him he thought we fixed that problem. Well, we did, but somehow our city leaders invested money in a master plan when we already had a $30 million master plan that was given to us through Robert Wood Johnson and Casey and the support of the city. Director Ken Richardson knows the curriculum for violence intervention, but nobody's listening to him. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. If we got a disease in this state that we need to get rid of, we need to rely on Dr. Capiris. Your talents. What are your talents? What are you utilizing them for? Why did you come to be a board of director for our city? When you're not alarmed when a child died, 15-year-old got stabbed in his yard. He could have been at Reverend Robinson program right down the street because he recruited children into his program. But he's dead now. It's unacceptable what y'all doing. You need to go and retreat and you need to regroup. And make sure that every dime moving forward is spent on prevention, intervention, and treatment because we pay for it. We've put $5 million in our community now and seeing no results, none. When we had kids that were coming out of gangs going into the military, we had kids became a teacher and came back. Well, he didn't be a teacher. He came back and managed the gang intervention program at the South End Community Center, which is closed now. And we had gang interventions programs there as well as Thrasher. We had gang intervention programs. It does not make sense what is happening. And we must hold you all accountable because we elected y'all because we thought we had some committed folks and we thought we had somebody with some talents. And none of it is being displayed when we're almost the number 1 murder capital in the world. And number 1 for poverty, number 1 for poor health. We're very dysfunctional. And the citizens in this city deserve better. We want accountability, we want consultants, we want training and technical assistance provided for every program. We want to make sure every program have a parent support group on it so we can do something to help the parents. I have seen it work. One of my parents who volunteered at the Step Up Center where I was the director, it was started with Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, just like BCD. The mother, she had 3 boys. One went to the Navy. That's proof, that's outcome. The other one became a judge. And we encouraged the mother, she graduated from ULR. That's the type of results we want. In numbers, somebody called me and told me that they work for some program that's receiving funds where they're required to get 100 signatures with no services. Just go around, get some signatures, and bring it back to the city board of directors, and they'll give you some money. And this problem started before the current mayor, the Honorable Mayor Scott. I met with the prior mayor. BJ and I met with the city manager and Department of Community Programs. So this is a problem that has existed way before the Mayor Scott got here. And if you guys would have been doing what you're supposed to do, he could have just picked it right up and kept the ball rolling. You're being unaccountable, and my babies are dying. I'm the worst mother hen it is. Every time a child dies in this city through violence or through suicide, it hurts my heart. I love my kids at Mount St. Mary just like I love my kids that live in inner city where their parents are alcoholic, poor, and uneducated. I love those kids just as much as I love my kids out at Mount St. Mary's. So we are demanding some change. We want you guys to go and retreat and figure out what's going on. We would love for you to hire Mayor Daley or Paul Kelly or Michael Klett so he could show y'all how to do it. Because it's totally unacceptable, the use of the PIT funds, prevention, intervention, and treatment, and we are not receiving prevention. If we were doing prevention, we wouldn't have so many kids dying. If we were doing intervention, we would go to get the kids that are in trouble and bring them out of trouble. We had one at Step Up Center, came to our in-school suspension program. He went back to McClellan and became the student of the month. Those are the type of outcomes we want, not numbers. Somebody running around chasing kids and getting their signatures is not appropriate. So let's get some money. Let's make sure we got some experts who have had hands-on experience with the children in the community. Make sure they get technical assistance that they're going to need to make these programs successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hobbs. Director Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Ms. Hobbs for her comments, and I agree that the board should have a retreat. So I know that's something that we're working on, Ms. Hobbs. As it relates to the agenda items, Mayor, I just want to clarify with the city manager, based on some phone calls that I received, that items 13, 14, and 15 all concern preliminary efforts to find out what it would take to construct the parking deck, but we're not voting to purchase anything tonight, nor are we voting to authorize or refinance the authorization of bonds. Is that correct, Mr. Manager?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want that to be clear, Mayor, for those who are watching and those in the audience on what we're about to vote on today. Thank you.
Mayor,
Director Richardson.
I just want to have that same clarity. Thank you, Director Phillips. Ms. Hobbs, I want to thank you for your kind, over-generous compliments about me and the work that I've done, but I certainly want to thank you and acknowledge you and the work that you've done in Southwest Little Rock for 20 plus years, running pre and post substance abuse treatment programs, gang intervention, prevention programs, and being a part of everything we've tried to do to improve the outcomes of marginalized children, youth, and families. I just want to thank you for your being here and your passion, and certainly the work that you've done. We're indebted to you because you gave us a few, there's many more, a few examples of what that kind of work can do. We currently have one of the young people who was in one of our program, and Lance, I'm not gonna say this anymore. We didn't hug this thug, but she's now on the Little Rock School District Board of Directors. She was in our program in Southwest Little Rock, and that's where Carolyn did a lot of her work, most if not all of her work in Southwest Little Rock. a part of our city that we consistently complain about not having the resources available to us and our community. And Carolyn, I want to thank you for your overgenerous words and compliments about me. I think you went way overboard, but I just want to acknowledge your work and what you've done to help make Little Rock a better place for all children, youth, and families. And with that, Mayor, I'm going to vote present on this item when we take the vote.
On which item?
The PIT items, is that what we're talking about? Is that what Ms. Hobbs is speaking about?
Number 9. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Present.
Ayes have it.
Director Webb had a nay. Can we do a roll call, please, Mayor?
Director Webb.
I'd like to vote no on 12, 13, and, or, I'm sorry, 13, 14, and 15.
And mine is on 9.
So a no from Director Webb on 13, 14, 15, and a present from Director Richardson on item 9.
And I have Director Phillips, your hand's up still.
Okay.
Any other board member wants to notate a specific item? Seeing none. Those items have passed with the reflected board members who shared their responses for items 9, 13, 14, and 15 to be notated by Madam Clerk. Seeing none from Citizens Communication, Madam Clerk, if you would, please read grouped items 16 through 21.
An ordinance to repeal ordinance number 20,865 of April the 15th, 2014, and to revoke a planned commercial district titled 10th and Mcmath, short form PCD, and to reclassify property located in the southeast corner of West 10th Street and Mcmath Avenue in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for the purposes, an ordinance to approve a planned zoning development, establish a planned district commercial titled Wellington Hills Storage, PDC, located in the 100 block of Wellington Hills Road, Little Rock, Arkansas, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for the purposes, an ordinance to reclassify property located in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for the purposes, an ordinance to approve a planned zoning development, establish a planned district commercial titled Burke Short-Term Rental, PDC, located at 2812 West 7th Street, Little Rock, Arkansas, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for the purposes, an ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned residential district titled Midtown Premium Properties, PRD, located at 3501 Kavanaugh Boulevard, Little Rock, Arkansas, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for the purposes, an ordinance to condemn certain structures in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas with structural fire and health hazards, to provide for summary abatement procedures, to direct city staff to take such action as necessary to raise and remove said structures, to declare an emergency, and for the purposes, an ordinance to approve a planned zoning development, establish a planned commercial district titled Chenal Valley Commercial Lot 1R PCD, located at the southeast corner of Highway 10 and Chenal Parkway, Little Rock, Arkansas, amending the official zoning map of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for the purposes, first reading.
We also need to add, I believe, item 25.
No, 25.
I read it.
Mayor, we already covered, but we added item 24, which is to the grouped items, which,
No, 24 was a resolution, and I read it with the consent agenda.
I'm sorry, the numbering's changed on what we're looking at online from when I came in earlier. So we read, and maybe I'm looking at the wrong, hang on.
It's 24.
I'm sorry, my
Refresh your screen.
hadn't updated. You're correct, Madam Clerk. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I'm looking at the wrong document online. It, for some reason, hasn't.
A motion for second reading?
Did I have I need a motion in a second.
Motion.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, second reading.
An ordinance to repeal ordinance number 20,865 and to revoke a planned commercial district titled 10th and Mcmath, short form PCD, and to reclassify property located at the southeast corner of West 10th Street and Mcmath Avenue. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development, establish a planned district commercial titled Wellington Hills Storage, PDC, located in the 100 block of Wellington Hills Road. An ordinance to reclassify property located in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development, establish a planned district commercial titled Burke Short-Term Rental, PDC, located at 2812 West 7th Street. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development, establish a planned residential district titled Midtown Premium Properties, PRD, located at 3501 Kavanaugh Boulevard. An ordinance to condemn certain structures in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas as structural fire and health hazards, to provide for summary abatement procedures, to direct city staff to take such action as is necessary to raise and remove said structures, to declare an emergency. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development, establish a planned commercial district titled Chenal Valley Commercial, Lot 1, PCD, located at the southeast corner of Highway 10 and Chenal Parkway. Second reading.
Move to suspend the rules and place on third and final reading.
Second.
There's a motion second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Third reading.
An ordinance to repeal ordinance number 20,865 and to revoke a planned commercial district titled 10th and Mcmath, short form PCD, and to reclassify property located at the southeast corner of West 10th Street and Mcmath Avenue. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development, establish a planned district commercial titled Wellington Hills Storage, PDC, located in the 100 block of Wellington Hills Road. An ordinance to reclassify property located in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development, establish a planned district commercial titled Burke Short-Term Rental, PDC, located at 2812 West 7th Street. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development, establish a planned residential district titled Midtown Premium Products, PRD, located at 3501 Kavanaugh Boulevard. An ordinance to condemn certain structures in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas as structural fire and health hazards, to provide for summary abatement procedures, to direct city staff to take such action as is necessary to raise and remove said structure, to declare an emergency. An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development, establish a planned commercial district titled Chenal Valley Commercial, Lot 1R PCD, located at the southeast corner of Highway 10 and Chenal Parkway. Third and final reading.
We've now had three readings. Director Richardson, I see your hand.
Yes, Mayor, my question is for Bruce. I would like for us to have a list by ward, the number of demolitions of structures over the last 5 years. And additionally, I would like for us to have by ward, the number of UV structures over the last 5 years by ward. So that cumulative number is what I'd like to have by ward, the number of demolitions at home, the condemnations at home, the destructions of the demolition of buildings by ward, because we have currently, in my opinion, Mayor, we have structures that are UV right now, have the UV label, but without any action, any proactive work right now, today, 3 years from now, they're gonna come back to us for demolition, and I don't equate tearing down homes, tearing down structures with community development. So I would like to have that from Bruce by ward over the last 5 years.
Yes, sir. We'll make sure that gets handled.
Thank you, Mayor.
Now that we've had three readings, any more questions from members of the board? Any more questions from members of the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk, if you would,
We have an emergency clause on item 21.
all those in favor of the emergency clause, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk, if you would, please read item 22.
An ordinance to amend the land use plan in the Geyer Springs West District north of Mapleville Pike and Sibley Hole Road intersection from light industrial to commercial, and for the purposes first reading.
We suspend the rules and place on second reading.
Second.
There's a motion and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Second reading.
An ordinance to amend the land use plan in the Geyer Springs West District northwest of Mapleville Pike and Sibley Hole Road intersection from light industrial to commercial. Second reading.
We suspend the rules and place on third and final reading.
Second.
There's a motion second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Third reading.
An ordinance to amend the land use plan in the Geyer Springs West District, northwest of Mapleville Pike and Sibley Hole Road intersection from light industrial to commercial. Third and final reading.
We've had three. Director Adcock?
Yes. Director Wyrick and I talked about this earlier today. This is right at the entrance to the new Southwest High School. It's a beautiful building. This is all green. We've got the thing there to calm the traffic down. The traffic is bad right now at that location. This would allow someone to build a convenience store there. They could build a strip center. They could also build apartments. And we just do not feel like this would fit in with what the citizens expect when we have a high school that is the prettiest one around. And we don't want to clutter it up with a strip center, a convenience store, or more apartments in that area. So I would like to ask the board to please vote no on this.
Director Wyrick? Director Wyrick?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello? Okay, thank you.
Kinda.
Then I sent out a copy of a petition that came from the nearest neighborhood, Pinedale neighborhood. They're sort of catty-cornered from this application, and I hope everybody received it today. I asked to have this separate because there were neighborhood residents that wanted to speak on this item. I don't know if they're in the room or not, but I hope that you'll give them an opportunity to speak in opposition. Joan already mentioned a few of the things that are objectionable with the straight C3 zoning, which I've talked a little bit about in the last few months. You can put anything in there, from a liquor store to a novelty shop to apartments. And the neighborhood and I do not want this to be a distraction from the high school. The neighborhood is concerned about it being objectionable activity for the students as well. The traffic is increased because of the school, as you would imagine. But one of the neighbor folks told me that it took her 10 minutes to get from the access road to Sibley Hole Road. And I could have walked it in 5. Not that I'm a fast walker, but I'm just saying the traffic is delaying through there. So if you add a bunch more congestion on that corner, then it's going to really increase it. I talked to the applicant prior to him filing the application, and we talked about a number of things that he wants to put in there. And honestly, they're not commercial type items. They're banks, dentist offices, low activity types of businesses. And that's what I think this is suited for. And I think that if the residents are there and they're given the ability to speak, that they will say the same things. So I'm in opposition to a straight C3 zoning. I would love to see either a planned commercial development, a planned office development, so everyone would know what's going to be put in there. Directly across the street, across Sibley Hole Road, there was an application that has been approved by the Planning Commission for a church. And some of the activities that you can do under C3, I know would be objectionable to the church. So that's another thing that I think everyone should keep in mind. But I'd love to hear from the neighborhood mayor. Do you have cards from them?
No, ma'am. None against item 22, only for item 22.
Okay. The neighborhood president was not well, and she was trying to get someone to come. So I guess they didn't make the trip down there. So I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Compiers and Director Wright.
Just a couple of questions. Is the same applicant for 22 and 23? Is it the same applicant? Can the applicant,
Yes.
is the applicant here tonight?
Yes.
Could he give us his thoughts on why he wants to do this and his thoughts on how we move forward?
Sure. Applicant may approach. And Mr. Applicant, we don't have a time limit, but we also don't want to have to invoke a time limit.
Sure. Hey, I'm Michael Wiley. Good evening, directors. So, Director Compuris, to answer your question, what was it specifically?
Well, when I look at the map, basically I look at these two properties and how they're going to be used. And it looks like, at least from my understanding, that what you're asking for is an upgrade in intensity of usage on both properties.
Okay.
And so I think that having just been out there at the Mayor's State of the Union address, it's a beautiful site. The high school looks good. And I'm interested in what your vision is for that as you upgrade the intensity of the property. And I think that's a fair question to ask, and
Sure.
how we want to do things.
That's very reasonable. So we actually, my father and I started All About Tire and Brake on Mapleville Pike, less than 1,000 feet from there. A lot of you approved that back in 2005. We appreciate it, next to the Home Depot. And so I'm a member in the community there also, and have watched that land lay vacant for quite some time. Kind of speaking directly from city planning, I was looking in their notes, and I'll read and then kind of elaborate my thoughts on it. But it said, staff is supportive of the requested C3 and OS zoning. Staff views the request as reasonable. The property has been sitting undeveloped with light industrial potential for a number of years. The proposed C3 zoning might help expedite the site's development. Properties to the east and north are zoned C3, C4, and PDC. The proposed C3 zoning should have no adverse impact on the general area. So it's quite a distance from the school, and I want something good to go there. And obviously I have a financial interest in this, and getting it rezoned allows me not to focus on that and focus on what good can come there. Specifically, I've talked to First Community Bank about putting a branch there. They had a lot of interest until maybe one of their bilingual branch managers wasn't available, so they're not uninterested, they just haven't moved at the moment. Had kind of spoke to some people in the city with Game and Fish, because we do some stuff with the Wild Side Outdoors, about maybe some kind of outdoor development center there. I've also seen some areas back, towards Target or Bowman and 36 where there's potential for some light retail use with nice multifamily above. I've developed some homes and stuff in Stiff Station area, and I think that was a very good transitional area. And I see this area as a very good transitional area that maybe a lot of developers overlook, and I feel like it would be beneficial to the area and the community. Obviously, the roundabout was put there to handle traffic. With the city's request, we're not requesting any roads on Sibley Hold specifically, and it was already earmarked for light industrial, which you could put a gas station on light industrial, as I understand it. Because of the proximity of the school and the church that's going to go there, you could not put a liquor store, you could not put an adult-themed business, which I wouldn't want to begin with, but obviously, anyway, I think it makes a lot of sense, and I hope that answers some of your questions.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Director Wright.
Mayor, the C3 zoning or the C zoning is, as you know, of a concern to me. I have asked that we look at that and see how we can narrow that, and that way there won't be so much fear when we see this come up, because it literally could, once it's done, it's done. And then you got a community in uproar because we've got this major high school there, and then something that we don't want goes in there, because what you hear today and what we hear 2 years from now will be totally different. It always changes, because whoever decides to develop it, whatever is allowable in that C zoning, they can put there. So I'm very concerned about this, and I don't feel comfortable supporting it for that reason.
Yes, ma'am. We've had all the board members. Let me scroll down, I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Hines?
Thanks. And I guess this question's a little bit for Director Collins. Because as I remember in my previous 9.5 years on this board, is that light industrial is a more intense use than commercial, correct, Jamie?
That is correct. And when the board approved the land use plan, that's what we would like it to see in there. At that time, the thought of having a school in that area was not in that process. But when the board, planning commission reviewed it, submitted and approved on the board, one of the considerations to separate out what was at that time existing single-family homes south on Sibley, and also that light industrial future land use, was that open space, 50-foot buffer that was to be placed on that property. So that is in the land use plan to be done, and that's why they're speaking of it today. That was, at that time, the board's decision of how to handle that transition from what they wanted it to be for light industrial on the land use and the residential existing south of them.
And I also want to clarify what we're discussing here. So item 22 that we have up before us that's been read, we are only addressing the land use plan, correct?
That is correct. Per the process, a land use plan has to be amended, adopted prior to the zoning change. That is the first step in the rezoning process.
So it's very possible we could approve, if what I hear is some consensus that maybe some commercial in this area is not bad from fellow board members. They just don't like the general tenor of giving C3. And I'm going to have to tell you that C3 is not the most intense commercial use. And I think the issue that I'm looking at here is we know what can go in a C3 use. And if you've got an existing piece of property in C3 and you're a neighbor and you don't know what that means, well, that seems like some awareness of, before we make our biggest purchases in our life, we should be aware. Jamie, what uses can go in light industrial now that are already in C3?
Well, light industrial really is maybe more analogous to that, the I-1 and some uses in I-2. So I will pull up the I-2 or I-1 uses. So you're looking at some of the same things: banks, ambulances, places. But some of the higher stuff that you're looking for this is when many warehouses start actually coming in. And for some reason in the past, we put many warehouses in industrial. You'll start looking for like plant nurseries, things that are more outside. Light industrial is still made for some type of warehousing or industrial use, but the intent is to be more inside than outside. So as you go up from I-1 to I-2, it gets more intense, where I-3 is your storing, and it's a production kind of like you'd see down at Wellspun. It is the very more intense industrial use. So I would say in the light industrial, we're looking for more enclosed, less noisy warehouse production type facilities. That is different than what can go in to commercial. But you can put in office, general professional, you can put in daycares, nurseries, banks, other types of uses that would also go in commercial use.
Can you put multifamily in a light industrial use? Is it a
No, it is not listed in light industrial, I-1. It is not listed in I-2.
And I just have to tell you that what I continue to hear, and I live in a neighborhood that's on 3 different sides of the 4 sides of our neighborhood. We have multifamily that coexist with my neighborhood very well, and it's not impacted property values. There's a new multifamily project just to the east of this on Rich Smith Lane, as I recall. It's fairly large, and I think they supply a lot of housing to kids who go to Southwest High School. But, I think this notion that and in the planning department's view, multifamily is a transition from commercial to residential, correct? To single-family
Yes.
residential.
And you see that multifamily in the commercial uses because typically it can be as a support use to commercial. And of course, I wasn't here when all that was added, but in speaking with some of the entities that had the explanation before and our staff, you do want some type of denser residential close to commercial to support some of that. So if you're looking at something that would be more like the outlets, down there where we are having multifamily come in on the loop that's going around the outlets, that is a good location for multifamily to support what would be in that commercial uses. So that they don't have to travel very far. They're right there using those commercial use. And I was also asked previously about why we supported this, and it was exactly what you was saying around there. If the zoning map come pull that up, we have C3 across the property. We have C4. We also have this property adjacent to industrial zone, and these are zoning. This is not just the land use plan, this is actual zoning of the area. So the area has already been touched with that commercial entity, on Mapleville, Pike, but it's not necessarily, that's why that open space is that transition, and we felt that in that transition, C3 could be an appropriate use because it also adjacent across the road, on Mapleville Pike.
All right. So what are our options? This is light industrial to commercial, so what's the next? A transitional zoning or?
No, you don't necessarily have to transitional zoning, just
From a land use.
From a land use, when you do commercial, you're just saying that you would like this to be commercial. You're not saying that it has to be C3. It could also be C1, C2. It could be, think of the land use more as a broad definition. We want this area to be a commercial. And there is commercial that is adjacent to residential throughout the city. Good example is down some of our arterial roadways, as in Canis. What do you use from a transition on arterial roadway? You do not necessarily want single-family residential fronting it, although that we do in some of our undeveloped areas. You would like to have some other type of commercial, maybe neighborhood commercial, but when you get to arterial interconnection, or in this mind, as you go up to a frontage road or an interstate, you're looking for more intense uses in commercial or even in office as it goes to higher office uses as you get closer to those intersections. So if we're looking at commercial, if there was not a buffer applied, we would look to more for a C2 or C1 use the closer as you get to a residential property.
Gotcha. All right. So just to clarify for our board members, so we're voting on this first issue is the land use plan. So we could potentially approve the land use to go to commercial and not approve the straight C3 zoning on 23.
That is correct. It's not uncommon to do that.
That's all the
It has to come
questions I have.
first, and
Thank you.
that would be the board just changing their policy and procedure, or just not the procedure, but just what they would like this to become.
Gotcha. Thank you.
See no other questions from members of the board? Director Computers?
Jamie? I think there's a number of unknowns in what's going to happen or what would happen here. is there any advantage to you and the city and the applicant to try to define this better back at the Planning Commission? Would that help at all? I agree with Doris. There's lots of, I'm not sure what's really going to really happen here. And I think that BJ and Joan are extraordinarily good about looking for the neighborhoods and what's happening. And the gentleman that wants to develop this sounds like a reasonable person. But I don't think that there's been the opportunity to try to find some common ground. Is there any advantage to having this delayed for 2 weeks or sending it back to the Planning Commission to try to find that?
Well, Director Campiris, as when the Planning Commission sees this, they saw it as the standard C3, and there's advantages to that for speculative or development purposes. You're not narrowing down specific uses. Typically within a standard C3 zone, we do not want to put in specific uses or limitations or more clarifications of what is to be. Typically that falls in line with a planned development, through there. But you don't necessarily want to do every site as a planned development throughout the city of Little Rock. Specifically, if you want to try to narrow down uses, the more you try to focus in on a single use for that makes it a little bit harder for a developer to market that property. And then if they can't over the preliminary period, the 3 years, then they're coming back. So they're coming through this process again and again. So I think there is a way to limit the number of uses of what they're looking for, on this property. But I would not say necessarily as a straight C3 zone. It would probably have to come back to the Planning Commission and the board as a planned development with the list of uses that they would like to have for this property. And you see that before. You've seen that on some conceptual ones when people are looking at they try to limit that. They don't get it down to one use. I would not suggest that, but they do get it down to a range of uses to come back before in a conceptual manner.
And that's what I'm talking about. I mean, anytime we take something and you go residential and you upgrade it, intensity, I'm always worried about what's going to happen, because you then open the door and you say, okay, now we've done that, and then we know there's a whole list of things that can go in there just by going to C3. And I think that this corner has been empty for a long period of time, and I think everybody would like to have the right development there.
Yeah, and
I'm not sure by what we're doing right now, we're going to facilitate that.
Yeah, and the board has the authority to remand it back, to the Planning Commission, and not just vote for denial. They can also vote for remanding back to the Planning Commission for reconsideration, although reconsideration of that C3 would put it as a new application anyway for a planned development that comes through. But I also want to just remind the board that when this area come into the city, it was part of the vote of, they voted for this annexation. It was not individual tracts of land, and through the process for a land use plan, in general, the majority of the land that we may want to be industrial or commercial was not rezoned at that time. It stayed at general R2 zoning to be rezoned at a future date that comes in. So even though I agree that the existing deal is a vacant piece of land that doesn't have really intensity, it was planned to have intensity of industrial uses. And so that's typically what we compare it to, not necessarily the R2, because the R2 was going to go away. It was not on the land use plan as low density residential. It was as light industrial.
I think the most salient thing in my thought process is what you said. When this was classified, we didn't anticipate a high school going here. And I'm not sure if what I'm reading here, when the Planning Commission looked at that, and I may be wrong, that the Planning Commission took into consideration that they were in close proximity to a high school. And that's my worry.
Understand.
Director Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I want to reiterate or echo what Director Wright said. I think what we're talking about now is more of a process issue and how we look at C3 as opposed to this particular applicant. And personally, I don't know, I mean, my general frame of reference is this company made this application based on the process that we have currently. And if we want to change the process on how we designate what C3 uses are, whether that should be more narrow, if when the applicant brings their application, we want to have more clarity from them about what actually is going to be there, as opposed to just C3, which gives them a litany of things that they can use. To me, that's a different conversation compared to the merits of this application. I think we were talking about the process as opposed to this application. And personally, I hadn't heard anything today that concerns me about the use of this property going from light industrial to commercial and then residential R2 to C3. And as Director Hines mentioned, a lot of the uses under the C3 are also available under any industrial use. So I just want to reiterate that maybe this is a process question that we need to talk about during one of our agenda meetings in the policy session about how we address C3 uses. But as it relates to this applicant, I don't have any concerns, so I'll be voting in favor of it. Thank you, Mayor.
Director Wire, is your hand still up?
Yes, sir, it is. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Jamie brought up some silent points in regards to the way the zoning happened in Southwest Rock. And a lot of that area was destined to be industrial zoning. Across the street from where I live, it was destined to be a Missouri hump yard for railroads. I mean, so things change over time. We did not know that that's going to be
Director Wire,
magnificent high school that
she can't see. Director Wire, you're having some technical difficulties. We can't understand you.
you can't understand anything.
It's breaking up. We know that you're talking. It's hard to comprehend.
Okay. Well, what can I do?
Get IT to work.
If you'll turn your video off, our tech team is saying if you turn your video off, they may help with some of your Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Try now, please.
Okay. Is it any better?
Sounds a little bit
Can
better.
you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm sorry. I apologize. I've got a cold, so that could be part of the issue as well. As I was saying, when Southwest Little Rock was annexed into the city, a lot of the area was deemed to be industrial. Across the street from where I live, it was supposed to be a train yard, and that didn't happen. We had no idea that we were going to have a multi-million-dollar school that was going to go in on this property with over 1,000 students. And you all have been to the school, and you know what a wonderful blessing it was to come to Southwest Little Rock. My issue is that instead of providing C3 zoning, which is not a process problem, it is something that you as a director looks at whenever you approve C3. You know you're approving all of those uses that are under the C3 guideline. What I would like to see is some identification to those particular uses that are going there. That's what I'm asking for. And that's what I had talked to the applicant about early on. I also talked to Jamie Collins. Is Mr. Collins still at the podium?
You can come back up. He's now back up at the podium.
Okay, for purpose of looking at zoning, the applicant said that the high school was a long ways away from this property or a distance away. The high school property starts at the street, and this property is directly across the street from the high school. Is that correct?
The property does start at the roundabout, but it is a narrow piece. I believe what he was trying to speak of is the main campus where the parking lot is, and the school is off of, back a little bit further back. If I think we bring up the zoning map, it
But
would
if you're
actually show.
looking, if you're looking at uses such as alcohol sales, then the property line would be the location where you would measure to, right? Not where the school is.
Well,
Not
that
to the-
is, if you give me a second, that is a condition set by the ABC, not the city of Little Rock. And I downloaded
No.
the ABC distances, if you'll give me a minute to pull it up. And that'll show exactly what it's measured from. I'll just read verbatim what the ABC, come from the ABC site, distances. For a retail liquor permit, this is 1,000 feet to be measured from the nearest property line point of the church or school building to the nearest property line point of the building sought to be permitted. So if you're looking at liquor sales, the ABC would have to look at that for the church property that is in now, and also the school property that is in now. And if the property does extend all the way to the right-of-way of the roadway, then that is the distance from that description. But we are not the ones that sets that distance for them. The ABC makes that determination upon application.
And I understand that, but I wanted that clarified because earlier today, I was told that liquor sales could be on that property, and I didn't think they could be, and so now you've just validated it.
Yeah, for us, what I was trying to explain, and I'll clarify that, for the city code, that type of use is allowed. We do not measure the distances. So if a property is zone C3, that use is allowed in C3, but we do not measure from a church or the school. That is the ABC. The state does that.
Okay. All right. So my issue with this is I would like to know what uses are going to be there. And the only way to do that is to do a planned commercial development or a planned development where you go in and you identify the uses that you want. And so that's my objection with it. I'd like to see a planned development with uses identified as opposed to a straight C3 zoning where everything that's under C3 falls on that property. In the old days, we used to get the applicant say, well, I'm not going to put this in or I'm not going to put that in, and we write it into the record. But as you've told me recently, there's no way to do that because we can't monitor that. So when you say straight C3 zoning, which is what we've asked for, then everything that's under that C3 is good. It can go in there. And I know Mr. Wiley and I know his family. I feel like I'm pretty close to him, and I don't think that he would do anything that was objectionable. But if someone came in and offered him several $1 million for this piece of property, he might think twice about turning it over to him, and then we'd have no standing as far as what's going to go in there. So that's my issue. Thank you.
Call the question, Mayor.
Mayor, the applicant would like, I think the applicant will proffer something if we'll call him back up.
Hold on one second. Did you say something, Director Wright?
I said the question.
I don't believe that.
I call the question, Director White, seconded. Yes, sir.
Thank you. There's a motion and second. Is there a second? All those in favor?
It's actually, we have a little, do you discuss? Okay.
Parliamentary, there's no debate on that.
Okay.
There's been a motion and second to call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say nay.
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 Nays have it. Director Phillips.
And I want to, I guess, defer to Vice Mayor Hines as well, because I think he said that the applicant wanted to speak. But I just want to clarify something the Director Wyrick said. I just want to make sure I understood it. Her conversation with Director Collins, do you mind approaching again for us? And just to be clear for the record, you did not say that alcohol sales could go there. You're just saying under the C3, that's one of the C3 uses, and then the state will determine under state laws whether the distance would allow alcohol sales to be at that location. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Mayor, can I ask?
1 second, I believe Director Hines had his hand up. Let me
Mayor, I'd like to ask the applicant, Mr. Wiley, to come up. I think he may have a solution to us for this evening.
Mr. Wiley, then we'll go to Director Miller.
Okay. I appreciate it. My thoughts here are, my only concern with PDC is, there's the possibility of open C3 that you have to accept possible good or bad. And we kind of limit maybe some good things that can go if we do a planned commercial development there, where possibilities that maybe haven't come up that could be really good use for the property, then you have to go through the process all over again. Anyway, I think there's some things that could happen or should be clarified, and maybe I can call this back and we can look at this again in a couple weeks or whatever y'all's recommendation is. So.
Are you stating that you want to, not necessarily repeal, but to defer the consideration?
I think that's...
Or he can withdraw it or he can defer it, Mayor.
I'm asking you, Mr. Wiley, as the applicant. You're wanting to withdraw?
If we withdraw, then we can come back to the board. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, that's what I'd like to do.
Would
You
Defer it is what I'd like to do. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he wants to defer, if anything, so we can.
Would you like to defer 23 as well?
I guess together. Go ahead.
I don't know if we need to defer the land use. I'm Jess Griffin. I'm his project engineer. And I don't know if we need to defer.
It may be best to defer both. Just understanding the temperature of the room, but if you don't want.
Okay. It just seemed like from what y'all were saying that commercial is okay for future land use. So light industrial is not okay to be next to the school, but commercial sound like it's okay. So on the land use, I don't think there's a land use for is there a planned development land use, Jamie? I just think there's commercial, there's different terms. So if you like commercial there, but not C3, then it seems like the future land use we should go ahead and pass as commercial, if that's what you're thinking we need to do. If you're suggesting we defer both, that's fine. But just hearing from everybody, they just had certain uses in commercial they didn't like. They didn't say they didn't want it commercial. But maybe I'm wrong.
I think what we're hearing is clearly Mr. Wiley stated he wanted to defer item 22, but generally when there's such a close connection to ordinances as it relates to this, it may be best to defer item 23 until everyone comes on one accord. So not making any suggestion, just trying to be helpful.
Okay.
So you want to defer item 22?
I would like to hear what Ms. Adcock has to say if she has any input on the same topic, and then I'll leave it to him to defer if he would like for both of them.
Director Adcock?
Yes. Could we take a 5-minute break and let Mr. Collins meet with these two gentlemen and explain withdrawal and deferral so we'll for sure they know which one they want to do?
Second.
Mr. Moore?
I believe, and as you said, in the temperature of the room, that if it's withdrawn, then you almost have to start over. I think what what I'm hearing is, Director Capir said it 30 minutes ago, defer both of the items, give them an opportunity to work with Mr. Collins to see if they can narrow down the list of eligible projects that could go in that zoning. I believe that's what I've heard anyway.
I agree. That's why I asked them to defer both. Mr. Wiley, consider.
Yeah, I'd like to defer both of them.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley, for considering to defer both 22 and 23.
Until
We have a date.
when?
Is it
You need to move it, and you also need a date certain.
for 2 weeks? But do I hear a motion to defer items 22 and 23
So moved. Second.
for 2 weeks? Is there a motion for 2 weeks? Is there a second for 2 weeks?
Second.
I didn't say the time certain before that. I wanted to make sure we're in compliance. There's a motion and seconds. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it. Items 22 and 23 will be deferred. We know 24 and 25 have already been read. Is there a motion to go into executive session to discuss appointments as well as the annual evaluation of the city manager and the city attorney?
So move.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Who was the second? I got a verse from Richardson, Director Richardson.
I'll second.
Second from
Thank you.
Director Phillips. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. We'll go into executive session. Got through discussion our boards and commission appointments as well as the annual evaluation of both the city manager and the city attorney. Members of the board, for the appointments of Animal Services Advisory Board, Natalie Shelton.
So move.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Arts and Cultural Commission, I'll go with the slate of names: Patrice Bax, LaRon McAdoo, Guy Choate, Drakia Wrights, Karina Malat.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Board of Adjustment, Frank Allison.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Community Housing Advisory Board, Barry Jackson.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Little Rock Parks and Recreation Commission, Cannon Fletcher, Abby Jennings, and Dustin Smith.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Little Rock Sustainability Commission, Rachel Furman, Utah Meyer, Anna Moschetti, Sheridan Richards, Larissa Berry, Jeremy Steele, Amber Berg. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Little Rock Zoo and Board of Governors, Adrian Collins, Jeff Mercusson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. We'll now go to, we're making the reappointments of all of the Macarthur Park appointees. The list of names are as follows: Andrew Amstus, Fred Boozy, Kevin Gorman, Markham Howe, Ronald Maxwell, David McDaniel, Jim McGill, Joseph McKay, Wayne Norton, Hayden Rather, Jeffrey Thatcher. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Oakland and Fraternal Historic Cemetery Board, Tony Curtis and Jane Spikes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Racial and Cultural Diversity Commission, Beatrice Varela, Katia Long, Christopher Harvey. All those in favor, please say, and Sharon Lanier. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Sister Cities Commission, Margie Ramondo, Travis Trey Rowan, Pamela Boyd Shields. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. We also had the evaluation of City Manager Moore. The motion, Director Miller, would you like to make the motion for City Manager Moore's evaluation?
Yeah, I'd make that motion. The motion is to grant a 2% raise and a $25,000 one-time bonus.
I would ask that those be separate motions.
Okay, well, a 2% raise would be my motion.
Second.
Retroactive.
Oh, and retroactive to the time that we gave the city their raise.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Present.
Ayes have it for City Manager Moore to receive a 2% raise retroactive to when the City of Little Rock employees received their 2% raise December of 2021, which went in effect January 22, but we'll get with finance to get it retroactive to the correct date. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. I did some extra talking. I would just want to get a regurgitation of it.
I have another motion.
All right.
The motion is to give the city manager a $25,000 bonus.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it. Now, Director Miller, would you like to make the next motion?
Yes, I'd make a motion.
City Attorney.
As it relates to the city attorney, my motion is to give the city attorney a 2% raise retroactive to December 21st of last year.
There's a motion second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it.
I have another motion.
Director Miller.
I would move that the city attorney receive a $10,000 bonus.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it. There a motion to adjourn?
Motion, yeah.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it.